Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I shall be playing some Planet Zoo, because I'm enjoying Planet Zoo, and also this zoo is far from being finished. So very, very far from being finished. Oh my goodness. There's so much still left to do. And where am I deciding to start tonight? Well, I've been looking at this view that I saved on, which is a glorious view. And I think that the first thing I'm going to do tonight is actually install a fence. Because there needs to be a fence that goes like right along this building. Along the path edge. And around this corner, please ignore what the track is doing there. Around this corner, and ends here. And then I think I need another one. I might need another fence. Let me double check. No, actually that is all the fence that I currently need. But yes, I need a fence that goes all the way around that way. So I think that is where I want to start tonight. But, you know, let's let time run in the zoo. And we're gonna go very far in this direction because that's where I stashed a bunch of fences that I got from the workshop. And hopefully I'll find one there that will suit my purposes so that I don't have to make one myself. I would like to not have to make my own fence tonight. I am not feeling making my own fence tonight. So over here we have a bunch of fences that are mostly made with the Twilight Pack stuff, if I remember correctly. But it's just that this pack of fences, they kind of thematically work with my zoo. So they kind of go with stuff. The main question is, what fence to use? I think since I have a curve to go around, I would want one of the shorter sections rather than one of the longer ones. So this front row, these ones in behind. Whoop! Wah! I kind of like this one, actually. That one might look quite nice with the station. Or I could go with the fancy wavy one, but that's not going to do the curves quite as well, I think. Yeah, let's try this one. Come with me. We're going back to the rest of the zoo. Do 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 do. Okay, so over here. Closer to the ground, closer to the ground. Actually, on the ground might be good because I would very much like to check what height this fence is against an adult human. So we're just going to pause for a moment here because I see a volunteer. This individual in the pink shirt should do nicely. That's approximately... yeah, that's good. Okay, so that's basically a hip-high fence on an adult. That seems good. That seems good to me. And Yeah, I do like how this looks against the train station, so we are good, we are good. Now, where am I starting this fence? Do I start it from here? Or from over there? Well, I have got the hedge wall here, so I don't really need the fence there, so if I start the fence here and just sort of right angle into the hedge wall, I think that's the way to go. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this here for now. And then I'm actually gonna let go of it because I want all this fence to be one group instead of multiple groups that are each section of fence. Because you can do it either way. But I've found it's easier to have the fence just be all one unit. Okay, so duplicate. Actually, turn on. Turn on angle snap. Rotate. Okay, so right angle corners are a weakness of this fence, apparently, but I'm gonna make it work somehow. Let's see, if I... Wait, I've got this fence backwards. Oh, wait, I've got this piece backwards. The angle goes on the guest side. Okay, so if I do like this, and like this, we have got the overhang on this side, but that's fine. So oh no, is this another one that doesn't slide straight? Oh, this is another one that doesn't slide straight. Oh, good thing I'm going along a curved path after all. Okay, line that up like that. Bring it forward like this. Tuck it down just a little because the ground has changed elevation. And I will put a big bush there or something to hide the fact that that doesn't actually touch the hedge. That's what I will do. Alright, so... Whoops! Oh, that's way too much. Okay. Let go, let go. You do not need these things. Let them go, let them go. Why won't it let go? Oh, because of the tuck. Oh, because it's like fully behind. Okay, I'm gonna have to draw this from a different angle. That's what I'm gonna have to do. So Let's let go of all of that and try grabbing it from here. There we go. Okay, I think I've got the actual unit now, and what I'm gonna do, we'll just copy this and put it over here. And that way I've got a unit. Okay, time to turn off angle snap. Do I still have... Yeah, I still have the zoo pause. Let's unpause that so that we can actually get some zoo sounds along with our lo-fi. And the joints are going to look a little unusual. But I think if I do it this way, I will have more control over the curvature. I mean, it doesn't have to be a perfect one-to-one to the path, but I would like for it to be close to the path. So... continuing onwards, around and around. This. Oh, the curves in my path are strong. Also gotta keep an eye on the ground. We don't want this fence sinking. Rising is pretty obvious, but we're really not flat through this area, so gotta keep an eye on it. So we just tuck this like that. I will come back, she said optimistically, and delete any red squares that are still showing. Like that. Rotate. Hello, train. Tuck. Align. Like, it's not going to be a perfect alignment simply because of the change in heights, but like this. nudge it just a little bit this way. Like that. Do I need to tuck it a little further down, maybe? I think maybe I should. Like that. Why, when I turned it, did it not slide in a straight line, but now it does? That's very odd. Oh, there we go. As soon as I complained about it. Actually, this part of the path is pretty straight. Line that up. Tilt it ever so slightly this way. Like that, I think. Just a little tilt this way. Like that. Tuck it in. It keeps changing its mind about whether it's going to slide straight or not. Okay. Interesting. When it's the red bar that I'm using to move it, it pretty much slides straight, but when it flips around to the blue, it does not. That's inexplicable. I don't know why it does that. Path is starting to develop a little curve as far as I can tell. And yes, I could have drawn this whole zoo on the grid and have every path be perfectly straight, but where's the fun in that? It ends up looking very industrial. And while if you're going for, like, if you're going for a city park zoo or one of the old European zoos, that works really nicely. But if you're looking at the more modern zoos, or recreating a more modern type zoo, well, then you start needing curves. And especially when you have a zoo that changes elevations the way that mine does. Despite having chosen a flat map, this is still a taiga map, which means it rises on the edges. And I am very close to the edge here. In more ways than one. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I have definitely drifted away from the path here somehow. Let's see if I can correct. I'm not going to go back and redo all that fence, but I can try to move a little closer to the path here. More like that? Yeah, more like that. I'm kind of scared to look at how far I've gotten. I mean, my hope is that I've gotten most of the way along the train station by now, but... But with this angle, I have no way of knowing. I mean, I can hear the educational speakers, but I can't tell whether I've switched from the pangolins to the jaguars on what I can hear. Okay, let's have a look. Oh! Oh, I'm well past the train station. Okay. I've been hearing the jaguars all this time. Yay! Maybe I won't be working on this fence forever. Admittedly, there is a lot of fence that goes in along here, but... like this. Oh, that's too much. A little bit less. Oh, train incoming. Sort of like this. I think I'm going to use the same fence along the top of the hill. Oh, did one of the foxes? Tour group has been waiting for... Okay. We will deal with that later. It means I'm gonna have to finish this fence on pause, which is annoying. Oops. There's part of me that really hopes that that's the arachnid tour and not the snake tour, because I've just been having ongoing problems with the snake tour. The snake garden tour, no matter how many tour guides I put on it, I just... And it's not even the tour guide's fault sometimes, it's just that they're waiting for the last person, and the last person is stuck on the train, or walking all the way from the entrance, or something like that. So I will have to go check to see if I need to hire another tour guide, but it's probably just that they're waiting for someone who is taking a really, really long time to get to the tour. And there's not much I can do about that, except check to make sure that that is actually what the problem is. But yeah, I am going to use this same fence along the top edge, but I'm going to make it its own group simply because of the change in elevation, I think. Although it would be easier to have it all be one group because it's all the same fence. Choices are hard. It would probably be better if I kept it all as one group. Almost there, folks. Yeah, that's good. Oh man, that's a height difference. Probably should have lined it up and then sunk it, because that would make it easier, but... I'll do that this time. Get that nicely lined up. And then drop it. Eventually I will get there. There's one thing this zoo is doing. It's giving me a lot of practice of putting straight things in a way that will produce a half-decent curve. There we go. Okay, we're nearly there. We're nearly there, folks. One more. Okay, and that's another place that I need to put like a bush or a tree or something. Okay, I will come back through and delete all the visible red in just a bit, but for the moment, let's go figure out that tour. Oh, blast, it is the snake garden. Okay, well, the tour guide is here. And yeah, he's ready to go. So this is somebody hasn't arrived. So we have the tour guide. We're just waiting for the last individual or individuals. They're probably on the train. I found that the train seems to be the sticking point for people arriving for the tour on time. So it'll be fine, except that I am very concerned at how many children there are here. There should not be so many children at a nocturnal zoo. This is a concern. But yes, while we're here, let's admire the snake garden and my glorious work that I did in filling in all of these spaces in between the exhibits with the plants and everything. We've also got a ton of garbage cans because that's just the way you gotta do with these zoos. There's a few benches as well for people who get tired while they're wandering. And the wolves wish to make themselves known, even though they're very far away from here. But yes, I'm very proud of the work that I have done on the snake garden. It is very beautiful. Lots of trees, lots of beauty. I suppose while I'm over at this side of the zoo, I did want to put in a couple of trees. I don't mind leaving this strip as grass, but this spot and this spot really need a tree. So let's pull up nature, limit it to plants because I don't need rocks right now. And let's filter it for trees. And hopefully I can find something useful. There's the Aleppo pine, which I'm not sure that actually fits in here, but it might. I have not been able to use the Aleppo pines anywhere, but it doesn't work over by the snake garden. But what if I put it in here? Well, that fulfills the tree-ness that I was looking for. Yeah, I think that'll work. We still need something for right here. something that is not an Aleppo pine tree or an apple tree. We need something of substance that fits in this area. That might be a little too much substance. Yeah, that's a bit too much tree. Maybe the next one down? You know? Yeah. So yeah, I use trees from right up near the beginning of the alphabet. That happens sometimes, but... Okay, now we've got a nice beech tree here. And we've got an Aleppo pine over there, because I really do need to use more evergreens in my zoo. I've got a lot of deciduous trees, and not quite so many evergreens. And oh, the tour started! That is excellent. Okay, they're on the move. Perfect. I don't know where they are, but they're looking at snakes. They're around here somewhere looking at snakes. Man, there's so many of them. Where'd they get to? Did they just disband because they'd been waiting too long? Well, whatever. Okay, but let me grab my pencil here. Let's see. Horticulture by Arctic Fox. Cross that off. Single benches by Timberwolves. I remember what I was doing about that, but that's like... That's a far in the future because I actually have to... Like, we've got these right now, which should hopefully do, but I can't really put in more benches until I do more of the fill, and I do not intend to do more fill through here until I'm working... Like, once I get the lake in, I will finish filling in around the Timberwolves. Is the plan. But first I really need the lake, and I can't put the lake in until I get this enclosure built, and this one. Especially this one. Because that's basically going to, like, set my lake. Because I want my lake to be, like, behind this enclosure, so the river would curve over and the lake would be over here. And this path would hopefully go over the lake, but, you know, once again, future fox swine problems. Because right now I'm working on the western section of the zoo here, which is this area that I just put the fence in. And speaking of, let's grab this group. And I'm going to take this piece, and I'm just going to move it kind of off the path. Because I'm going to build the upper path. But, like the upper path fence, but not yet. I don't actually have anyone besides staff going up there right now, because I haven't installed the animals. So I'm not going to put the fence in until I'm not going to put the upper fence in until I have installed the animals. Okay, any more red bits? Oh, that's one. Take that out. There. So basically, We'll back up a little bit since I'm going uphill. This area up here is the outer edge of the zoo. So there's going to be a fence along here. And it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Oh, it's one of the foxes, isn't it? Yeah. Are you inside or outside, Cut? You are inside. Okay. So far, only one of the foxes has managed to clip themselves completely outside. I consider myself a bit lucky on that. I still don't know how they are clipping themselves outside. Like when I grab a fox here and go to the habitat and see the traversable area, you see how there's like no exclamation points? There's no escape points, it's just blue, 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 blue. So how they keep getting outside, I do not know. It is a mystery. So, yeah, I don't get it. Okay, so what I have left, I still need some plant life for this section. And for this section. I have to build this enclosure so that I can actually do the plant life around the food court here. I have to do a bridge for the employee path. And, well, I have the 3 enclosures. And of course the upper railway fence, which is going to be interesting due to the going up a hill part. But there's also some terraforming that needs to happen out here so that the fence can go in properly, so that's going to be fun. That's also why I've been putting off building this enclosure, because there is some real wonkiness happening here. And I'm still deciding how to deal with this. But basically the path did carve out a bit of stuff when I was putting it in. So I think what I want to do is actually push this embankment outward a bit so that I can build the fence. But like this is much easier because I'm just going to terraform out a plateau for this enclosure. But this enclosure is going to be much more difficult because, yeah, what with the way that I put in the staff buildings and all that, I kind of want to keep this embankment. But that also means that the only viewing area for this is going to be like right along here. And I'm still deciding how to deal with that. But yeah, this... sort of this general area. Kind of like this, but a little bit wider and a little bit shallower is what I'm thinking. Because I can push this out towards the train tracks a bit. It's fine if there's an embankment like right up against the train tracks here, so I'm probably going to like push this ridge closer to the trains here. but it's also how to deal with this embankment and everything. But that's going to be a problem for future me because it's more important to get this in. Which also means probably the viewing for this one is going to be like along this edge. So the main question at this point is, do I need to move this embankment? Probably. I should probably push this back towards the train tracks a little. Let's make this a little bit bigger. I actually want this to have a fairly sharp edge, so but we also have that. Obey me. Okay, I'm gonna do this along this edge, despite the fact that this is going to be the viewing edge, simply because I want to get this right. So I'm going to get started on this. And that starts by choosing a wall. So we have the stone going on over here. We have green, we have natural color bamboo, we have the wood slats, and we're going to have a lot of trees. So I think I don't want to go with green for this particular. But it does become a question of what to use for the armadillos here. I don't want to use the red brick. I find that large expanses of the red brick get to be kind of too much. Like, I did use it for the red foxes to an extent, but that was because I was going for the specific house look. And I was also breaking it up with other kinds of brick. The red brick is very intense. Let's see. We have the plain concrete, but even though it's got color change, I'm not the biggest fan of using it just the way that it is. Like with the Jaguars, where I have the concrete interior and the bamboo exterior, that's awesome. But I don't want to do that exact same thing so close to it, because then it loses its impact. We could try the conservation wall. I don't love the conservation wall. But it might be what we need. Like, this is a very mild texture, that's a very strong texture, that's a very strong texture. And this is an extreme texture. Let's mess around with colors and see if I can make myself happy. Now, we don't want green. Maybe a warmer color? Like an orange? Maybe not quite the pumpkin. Maybe not quite pumpkin. Too light. Very brown all of a sudden. Now what? That tour group has been waiting. Yeah. Maybe we drag it into the red family. Maybe red instead of orange, and we'll get less brown. Sort of a maroon-ish, which is still, you know, heading towards the brown family, but... Let's go with the conservation wall. I have not actually used that anywhere else in the zoo, so... Okay, I'm going to pause for a moment because I really need a human. Do I have a staff member lurking around here somewhere? I know I have a vendor who doesn't have anything to do right now. If I can just find them... Please don't be in the staff room. That's gonna make things annoying. There is no one in the staff room. Good. Don't seem to be just outside the staff area either. Wait. Aha! Hello, you were so close. I just went in the wrong direction. Come with me. Stand right there. Very good. Okay, that is about cargo pocket height. And that is really close to the height that I already have. So, yeah, I think we are looking good. Thank you very much for your assistance, Jan. Jan? Jan. Jan! Yana. Yana. So basically what I want to do, well, first of all, let's check on that tour. Yep, it's over by the snake garden. The tour guide is here. They're just waiting for the person, so... yeah, eventually that'll take care of itself. Whoop. From east to west, a flyover of the gorgeous snake garden and the bare edge of the bat cave. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to be raising the ground to this level, and that's where the window level is going to be. So the animals are going to be raised up to the very bottom of the window, where they should be super visible to anyone who wants to enjoy them, is the idea. Now I used this on with the skunks, and it worked out really nicely. That's a little too far. That is what I want. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna switch this to dirt just so that I can see where I've been. So like that. Now I can't raise it all the way. Basically there is a part like right by the path where it can't actually affect it. And now, oh, the slope. Oh dear. Okay. And I'm gonna have to redo it. Because this is the viewing area over here. Okay. Hello, Cherry Lord. Come here. It's so nice that I can use one of the renamed staff members for this. Approximately cargo pocket height here is that. Well, this is going to get messy. Alright, Cherry Lord, thank you. Let's rotate this so that it's approximately... needs to be a little taller. There it is. There it is. Okay. Need to make this a little bit smaller so that it fits in the square that I was using. Now, because I use the terrain stamp tool, this is flat on top. So as long as I stay okay, that should be larger than what I need. Oh, things are very interesting. Okay, and we bring this out here. Like this. So basically want to start the viewing area from approximately here and run it along As basically I'm not going to be able to do a viewing area along this edge simply because of the height difference. Not that I was planning on putting viewing along that edge anyway. I think I might need to like grab a 250 square here, which I'm pretty sure is this one. Come here. Come here. Let me see your arrows. Yeah, that's a 250 square. Okay. Rotate. Whoop. I'm not sure what just happened there, but I'll figure it out later. Okay, so we want the viewing area to extend to approximately here, which means I actually need more of the plateau. Push back this embankment. like that. Yeah. Obviously the rock is not going to be the right terrain, it's just so that I can see what the heck I'm doing. Although I may well use rocks along here, just to make this embankment smooth instead of the ripply thing that it's doing next to the path here. But, you know, future foxswine will take care of that. You know, this might actually be a perfect enclosure to put another dome in, like with the kiwis. Because I could put the dome entrance in, like, down here. Oh, yeah, I like that idea. Okay, first things first, I gotta build the enclosure itself. Which is admittedly gonna be tricky enough. Can I get away with... Oh, now my choice of background is really coming to bite me. Okay, we have to... I have to make this like grass or sand or something that's different from the path, or else I cannot see! So let's just... It's okay, it's fine. Now I can see the edge of the path. Haha! Yes, victory is mine, I think. Okay, so I'm using the conservation. And I'm just gonna... Excuse you? We'll just duplicate that so to re-grab the color. Turn off random rotation. Turn angle snap back on, just for the moment. Just so that we know that this is perfectly upright. And exactly the same height. Oh, the lines don't line. Oh, well, I'll live with it. I'll have to. Turn off angle snap. Realize I didn't curve enough. This. along am I coming? I think this is the last panel in this direction. At least for now. Turn angle, snap back on again. Turn it off. Now, if I am going to be using a viewing dome, I'm going to have to make this enclosure bigger. Because of the space that's going to be taken up by the dome. Hard to see what I'm doing with all this other stuff in the way, but I need those for measurements. Okay, I'm gonna call that for the viewing windows. Oh, wait. Oh, these are all sitting just a little too high. Oh, just a minuscule bit too high. There. I fixed it. Now, for the overall height. Alright. We're gonna back out for a bit. And we're going to pull up the armadillos. Okay, so I can have 2 of them, which means that 250 is already more than they need. That's good, because this is going to be another wonky shaped one. Let's see here. They need 3.3 feet, which... you know, I have requested this whole thing be in meters, and yet, where's my unit converter? There's my unit converter. Load, please. Why aren't you loading? There we are. Okay. 3.3 feet. 100.584 centimeters. So that's a little bit more than a meter to keep them from escaping. Okay. So aesthetically, let's take this. Let's use we'll make it that tall. That is 2 meters, which is double what is needed to keep the aardvarks in, but will give a more pleasing window. So I think it'll give a more pleasing window. Hold on a moment. We're gonna do a test. Okay, we want 1 by 2. No, that ain't right. What if 2-meter window? Okay, that is a lot more wall than is actually needed. But I think aesthetically that's gonna feel better. Like, actually, hello. Hello. Lane Whitman. Okay, yeah, that's actually significantly more window than than is needed. Let's do a little juggling. Let's remove the grid height just to make things easier. Wait, no, go back. Get... What? Why are you insisting upon being all the way out there? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that is a lot better. I think that's the right height right there. Alright. Thank you for your help. So we'll just... Aesthetics. And... Okay, and you know what? Let's take this. We'll extend it this way by that much. And solid wall. Edge of the window. And then we do the same thing on the other side. Why? Why? I think this might not be flat, but I don't know how that happened. I've really hecked this up now. Oh boy. How resetting that to world rotation changed the height that it was sitting at is a mystery to me. But also, this is out of control now. Yeah, I think the viewing window is going to be smaller than previously Also, I undid my wall end somehow. Oh, bugger. Okay, like that. And like that. Something doesn't seem right here. Why is that ever so slightly off from everything? I'm beginning to wonder if this piece is actually flat. It really should be because it's a grid piece, but well, we're gonna try an experiment. I made a terrible mistake. Oh, it's backwards now. Oh boy. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what I hecked up here. But something got hecked up. I just can't figure out what. I'm just gonna work with it, whatever it is. But I don't understand why things aren't lining up the way that they should be. Okay, so whoop, we now have the viewing window. The dome is gonna have to be like over here somewhere. The door would have to be over here somewhere, and that's gonna be messy, but I'll figure it out. and this is gonna have to be multiple groups just to make it work, isn't it? Unless I want to fussy the door. It might be better to do the door in a fussy way. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be slow going. All right. This here. If I put this here. If I put that there, I can't put the path in. Now, I can't put the path in here because of the barrier over here. But if I face it this way, I might be able to get it to work, maybe. Okay, if I do like this, too steep. The problem is I can't really undo the terraforming around here because of the way that this embankment is set up. But let's try this as an experiment. No, too steep. I could put it off the food court, but then we have a whole bunch of people going through the food court. Okay, so like if I... We are experimenting, folks. Okay, okay, this is promising. Wouldn't be as clear an embankment, unfortunately, but we are getting path connect now that I gave that a little shove. Okay, so what if I did like this? I can still make a fake embankment. Yeah. We will work with that on that side. And then on this side, I think I would like the keeper gate to connect to this path. Probably off of here, because it gets really complicated around here. So if I take a staff path from here, and we'll put just like a delicate little nubbin out here. And then turn that habitat gate around. Need it to be on the stone because that is the correct height. So there. And then can I... Not quite. Okay, like that. And then smooth, 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 smooth. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, gate. Like this, maybe? Oh, no. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Gate. Path. Why? Okay, what if I remove this part? No, it's just that I can't bring the path out from here. So it's... Okay, wait. What if... What if I do it this way? And then... And then let it connect up like this. I think I can make that work. I am reasonably certain I can make that work. Let's change these barriers to something that is still kind of solid but much thinner. Like, let's take this and make it the steel mesh. Yeah, that'll be easier to work with. And you know, while I'm outside of the group, I need to check a couple of things. First of all, okay, 9-banded armadillos are shy of humans, which means I'm going to need the one-way glass for them. And I need one male and one female, so we'll reset these filters. Armadillo. Sort them according to appeal. None of these are particularly pretty. We'll give it a bit more time. And also going to whoop. No, obey me. Right there, like that, to hide the weirdness of the corner there. Put that there like that. Put this here. And make sure that it's upright. Yes, good. I never put down enough lamps. Okay. And I'm gonna leave this as the brick posts for now, because it's gonna make it a little easier for me. So I think what I want to do is actually project this into the habitat rather than having it be a standalone unit. Possibly I can build the shelter off of it, but let's see. Concrete color, trim color. Well, we'll figure out the trim later. Let's adjust the concrete. Why you gotta be like that? Okay. So probably my best bet is to create a straight line that goes from here to here. And to make this straight and then connect it somehow. We may end up with a little wonkiness here, but currently it's my and then I'll have to figure out the back wall, but let's grab this group. Please tell me. Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. Okay. We know that this is fully upright. Just need to orient it on the fence properly. Which it is not right now. Can I like have it touch the surface of the fence so that I can tell what the heck I'm doing here? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Bring this in so that it touches the door frame. Okay, we know for a fact that these two are flat to this fence bit, which is the important part here. They are not the right height. I can't eyeball the correct height, but what I'm gonna do is, yeah, we're gonna bring these down so they actually touch the ground, there, like that. And then, oh, I meant to duplicate that. Alright, we'll bring this out here. Three is definitely gonna be too much. We're gonna make absolutely certain that these are upright. And it shouldn't have changed height. It has not. Okay, so this is still the correct height. Now we know for a fact that 3 is going to be way too much, but I think it's going to be easier if I do it from this edge. Just a little bit more. Yeah, that's the stuff. And tuck and tuck and tuck. And then take these two, bring them to the correct height. Realize that I don't need to put anything above the door for this. This is fine. And thank goodness for that, because I don't have anything that's skinny enough. Okay, that's that part taken care of. This part's going to be a little more twitchy. Okay, make sure that you are flat. The hyenas are enthralled. How much is going to be enough? Who knows? I mean, I can reuse this as the back wall if I make it just entirely too big, which it definitely is right now. See, if I just take all of this and just shift it this way for now, and then duplicate it. And then I just keep rotating it until I can get these edges to match up. That's so close. Wait. Wait, I think I got it. Why has this gotten a little bit taller? That is bizarre. I'm gonna leave it like that though, because actually no, I don't have to, do I? No, I do. I do need to leave it like that. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that. Okay, so is this basically centered on the brick? I'm gonna say yes. And then tuck, 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 tuck. Why is it that little bit taller? Bothers me, bothers me, bothers me forever. Okay, fixed it. Now, once again, this is a slightly wonky corner, but it's a sealed wonky corner, and because it's the conservation walls, it can still work. Okay, this is good. This is good. Now, I'd like the back wall to be a straight line, which is why okay, what I'm gonna do, please. This is my mouse, this is not the game, by the way. The game does not bounce back and forth. The mouse insists upon bouncing back and forth. Okay, we're gonna... set this to the same height as everything else. Close enough. Then duplicate. Bring that back here. Kind of eyeball this. Okay, that's good. I know that's way too much wall. I will deal with it later. Okay, so then the next thing to do is to bring the wall along this edge, or actually, yeah, bring it down here. I'm gonna need more terraforming, but because I've got the barrier in there, I'm going to be a bit... Well, let's check out... Oh! Yeah, that one's fully out. I still don't know how they're doing that. Well, emergency captured, taken care of. Flatten to foundation. We're about the right size here, so... Yeah, the dome is gonna have to go around this area. So it's gonna be a really short tunnel is what it's gonna be. Okay. Duplicate. Try my best to center it on the brick. Looks sort of square. Now, the main question is this long enough? And the answer is yes. Going to extend that out that side just a little bit just to help me deal with things. Delete that. Whoop. Tuck, 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 tuck. Tuck until I get the least weird looking corner. There we go. Remove all this extra. Tuck that like that. Tuck this like that. Oh yeah, things definitely look weird. And also I need to darken this up because it is way too light. But I will take care of that when I'm not in the midst of all this. Okay, now let's just take all of these because I definitely will not be needing them there. and bring them... Now this is going to be tricky because of the train tracks, so hopefully I haven't got too much here. Like that? Why is it a different height? Why is it such a different height? Oh no. Okay, that if I needed any proof that this part is not actually flat, there's my proof right there. I'm just gonna let it be like that. Cause I can't go back to fix it now. I've built too much around it. We're just gonna try and make this corner look as nice as I can. And that is pretty much as nice as I can get it. All right. And then take out this extra. Really? You know, I choose to live with that. We'll just do like that. Yeah. And yes, we do have some wonkiness going on here, but it'll be fine. Okay. Okay, I need to... This is way bigger than 2 need. Oh, I did put an extra one in there. Go me. Okay, we gotta get rid of this stuff because I can't see! There we go. Alright, alright. And then this needs to get a lot darker. Not that dark. I'm okay if it's not an exact color match, but I do want closer than I had. Let's see here. You know, I think that's good. I think that's good. No, I want to get closer. Ugh. I'm gonna have to put a door on this because this is... Whatever this is doing, this is not good here. How to deal with this? Well, first things first. Let's grab these and nullify them. Excuse you? Absolutely not! There. Okay. How do I fix this? Oh, wait, I know how. Let's get back into this group. And then... it is in the doors, isn't it? There's that plastic barrier wall thing that the... darn it, where is the thing? Maybe it's not in doors and windows. Let's see what happens if we, like, whoop. Oh, are you kidding me? See, this one is still inside. Why do the foxes keep escaping? No one will ever know. Oh. Ah, the colorway's being destroyed. Okay, this was the really dark one. This was the slightly lighter one. And we're back to where we're supposed to be. Okay. Now, I was looking for the plastic strip doorway thing. What if I say entrance? Nope. Maybe if I say door? See, the best thing about the plastic one is that, like, it's interactable with the guests. It's not a door. What is it? Is it a prop? I keep thinking that I'm gonna find it if I, like, just look in the right place for plastic in the right place. Because I've completely forgotten what the bloody thing is called. Actually, wait. Batcave, you can save me, Batcave. Walkthrough exhibit PVC strip curtain. It's a curtain. Okay, so back in here. Curtain. You know what? I'm gonna favorite that because I keep using it and I keep losing it. Okay. Turn on angle snap. The pity is that it apparently is slightly bigger than the door. So I'm gonna have to do something about that, but I think this is the answer. Well, I better make myself happy with it being this color because apparently I'm never selecting it again. Okay, back to conservation. Well, there's only one solution that I can really see here. And that is basically to slap on a bunch of cladding. Just a bit wider. We'll figure out the taller part later. Yeah, like that. This is gonna be too much, but okay, and then duplicate that over. So that it covers the metal on this side. And then bring that out here. Like that. That one and that one. Like this. And then this goes in here like this. Whoops, wrong one. I think it's the red one I want. Yeah, it's the red one I wanted. Like this. Nope. That'll have to do. There. We still got a tiny bit of the metal showing, but I am content. This looks fine. This is so much more space than the aardvarks need. Oh, sorry, not aardvarks, armadillos need. So it'll be fine. Okay, so the next step turn off conservation, turn on favorites. And okay, I don't think I can leave this as the default. I think we need to get darker. Yeah, like that. Actually, let's do it this way instead. No, not that far. Actually, I changed my mind. Yes, that far. And we'll put that there. Make sure it's not sticking out the top. Right, not sticking out the top. Two meter. I turned it the wrong way. Approximately like that. Oh, something wonky is going on here. Why is it thicker on one side than the other? Put that there. Realize it's sticking way too far up. Okay, bring her down, bring her down. There we go. There we go. this one's gonna be a pain. Like that. Why? Dear God, why? What has happened here? Why does the bottom one not exist anymore? What have I done? Alright, well, tuck that under. Adjust. Good enough. Okay, I see these windows are going to battle me the entire way, so that's just spectacular. But they will get done. That. Line this up here. Line it up there. Do like that. Like that. Continue onwards. Thank goodness this is a shorter window. Okay, as long as the red arrow is pointing upwards, the glass ends up being the correct way around. So we just gotta like keep that in mind as I work here. Okay. 2 more. Do. Over here like this. Change it to the 2 meter. I may have backed up a little far because now people are walking between me and my work, but okay, like that. That looks good. Bring that down like that. Okay, one more. One more. I keep saying that, but the fact of the matter is that, well... we know I'm just going to keep doing this for more and more enclosures. So I will never actually be free. Make that a 2 meter. It's all these curves. It's all these curves I keep putting in places. And really, the curves look way better. But gotta deal with this bull. Okay, and then just take this, duplicate it, and bring it over here. Oh yeah. We do have a little issue with how high the windows are on this side, but yeah, there's not a lot else I'm going to be able to do anyway, so... Alright, media devices and education. Put that there like that. Shove it in a little so that it's not floating. I'm not gonna put a fancy frame on it. And same thing on the other side. I don't think I can cover this with only one education speaker without seriously hitting in here. So one like here and one here. Why y'all gotta be like that? Okay, plastic color. Okay, so why did that one go on top like it was supposed to, but this one decided to be on the side? Good enough, good enough. Okay. Now I can get rid of this extra bit. I do not need it anymore. I still have a little bit more because this is not workable here. But I don't want it to be part of the group, so nature, rocks, biome, taiga, rock cladding, get that basically flat to this ground here. Realize I put it a little too low, maybe? No, that's good. Okay. And come all along the edges here. Make sure I'm not coming out of the edge. Basically, I'm just making sure that all along the edges I have a floor. And no animal cares about what kind of rock they are experiencing, so tiger rock is fine. So basically I just end up with this apron of rock. Make sure that it's everywhere. Don't want a weird divot anywhere. Okay, that's a weird rise, but that is different from what I'm fixing here, so. Weird rises are actually much easier than weird holes. Okay. Now this is definitely an environment that is going to make the animals very, very unhappy, but I can repaint once they have joined us. I'm just gonna roughen things up a little. Make it so that not everything is like the same pattern. Just fill, fill, fill. I particularly want the area like right by the windows to be fairly smooth, so whoops. Why do I keep doing that? Why do I keep grabbing the wrong one? Okay, I think that will do. Let's have a look and see if any particularly... Ooh! Sarah here. Yeah, let's adopt Sarah. And then we just need a male who is at least 1,246. Which we have not been provided. Yeah, we're just gonna double check that the... Oh, right. This isn't actually... let's make this an actual enclosure, shall we? Just make it easier and like this. Then we'll just adjust until it's right. Oh, that's a gap. I'm gonna need to do something about that. That the corner, because I don't want to be messing around with this stuff too much. I don't want to move the gate at all, to be honest, so let's just put one of these in here and I'll just sort of gonna keep this slightly on the outside because it's easier than trying to figure out exactly where the wall is. So it'll just be slightly on the outside of the wall. Go. Okay, and the domes are in facilities. I just have to remember where they are. They might be in education, actually, now that I think about it. Nope, they are not. Guest facilities? Exhibits? I'm sure it's somewhere in the facilities. It's not in the barriers. Is it in habitat for some forsaken reason? No. It's gotta be in facilities somewhere. I don't think it's in construction. Actually, let's just... There it is. Who knows what it's counted as, but now it's favorited, so it cannot escape me. I think, like, right about here. Yeah. And that gives viewing for the area that's hard to see from the windows, especially since these are the high windows. So yeah, I think that would be nicely. And I'll figure out what color I want that to be once I know what terrain is surrounding it. And you are connected. Oh, you need to be connected. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. I really should use domes more often. Okay, so this one would be the 9-banded armadillo. Which... Oh, hello, Ariel. Oh, we're ready. We've got a male and a female. Excellent. Alright, we're going to take a quick pause here while I set up the whole staff thing. Let's see here. Work zone. Keeper zone northwest. We need to add the armadillos to that. And whoop, let's get, no, that's further away. You shall be joining the zoo. Welcome, congratulations. Okay, now that you're actually here, veto. Work zone northwest. Congratulations! You are now going to look after jaguars and pangolins and armadillos and 2 other animals that aren't in here yet. Yay! Okay, let's grab Sarah and Arlo here. And request that they be sent to quarantine. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the food and water dish in here and maybe... Okay, I'm gonna... filter by species. This is under N because of the 9-banded. There they are, 9-banded armadillo. They'd like to have a burrow, but I am not going to give them one. Although it is very tempting. The main problem is that I can't actually give them a camera because I've already used up all my camera slots. Which makes the burrows a little more problem because I can't do the video feed for them. But oh man, it's going to be so much easier than setting up a shelter for them. I give in. I give in. They shall have a burrow. And I mean, I know that the constraints of the game are why I can't have more video feeds, but if this were real, darn it. Okay, food and water. We want them to have a large food dish, which I'm going to put over here because that's where the best windows are. The water pipe is just going to lurk over here in this corner. Interesting. Okay. And enrichment. I'm gonna need to move the burrow. Okay, going to put this over here. Yee! Forage box, yes! Put that right there. We'll have an herbal scent marker that's like over here. I kind of want the natural looking termite mound, but oh, there's no good place to put this. That's gonna have to be good enough. They don't have a lot of toys. They mostly have food toys. That's interesting. We'll give them a small colorful ball that we'll put like here. And you know, just for the people who are viewing from the dome, we'll put a sprinkler in over there. That's the burrow. No place to put a slow feeder, really. Well, we'll see if that's enough enrichment for 2 armadillos, and we'll adjust depending. But first thing, I'm actually going to take my break now, before I unpause or anything of that sort. So I'm set up and ready to go here for the armadillos, and the next time that I unpause, they will be going into quarantine. I have a lot of work to do around this area. So much work to do around this area. I have a lot of rocks to put down to disguise what's going on with the terrain. Rocks and bushes, I think. Like if I grab the trees that I used here and just sort of... Oh, wait. We're gonna have to wait until after the armadillos arrive before I can really do that, because it's really gonna depend on what and how much plant they can tolerate. Because if I use trees, it's definitely going to extend into the pen. Well, in a few minutes, like a little bit in the future, Foxwine is going to take care of that. But first, I'm going to save because, man, I've done a lot of stuff already this evening. And I will be picking up exactly here when I come back from my break. So the armadillos will go into quarantine, and I will be waiting for that, and also like placing rocks and stuff. But in the meantime, I have to refill my drink because it's gotten very low. It is extremely hot in my home. You don't even want to know how hot it is here. I might run some ads. I'm definitely going to take a bio break because not all of that liquid came out of my pores. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned from my break, which means it's time to get these armadillos in here. So, I should probably get back to the game. There we go. And let's let time run again so that our armadillos will be delivered to quarantine. It's actually hilarious to me that the armadillos have ended up being shorter than the pangolins, even though the pangolins need a shorter fence than the armadillos. But that's just the way that it happened. And people are actually coming to see the pangolins, which is excellent. Actually, how are folks feeling about them? Can get a good view. I wish I could have stayed longer. Well, not being able to stay longer is not my fault. I wish you would stop punishing me for it. But yeah, I need to. While I've still got Taiga selected, let's get some... That one's too big. This is much more sane. Make sure that it's sitting flat because it's going to make things easier. This rock is too big. This rock is a little too small. Do I not have an in-betweener? That's still too large. Alright, we'll try that one, I guess. Quarantine passed. Move. I hate how it puts me inside the ceiling. No, not with the pangolins. In here. Obviously, we're going to need a lot of adjustment. I'm pretty sure they don't want this much rock. Is the path doing something wonky here, or is it just a trick of the light? I think it's just a trick of the light. They're on their way. This little path bit is just looking absolutely insane. Comes down here, and then over here, and then bounces up over here. Well, the armadillos are gonna have to come from over this way. Where are y'all going? What are you going to see? Oh, you're going to see the pangolin. Excellent choice. Oop, there's an armadillo. I don't know where the other armadillo is. Oh, wait, there it is. Two armadillos. Okay. Arlo, you are going to assist me. Actually, wait, first. Grade 3 food quality for all armadillos. We'll take care of that nutrition thing. Enrichment is perfect. Good. Habitat has some issues. Oh look, they have too much rock. They need some soil and some sand. Let's start with the sand, because there's absolutely zero. Okay, and some soil. I don't really like having like this one patch of hold on. I'm going to I'm getting there. Okay, we have come into the appropriate measures for these guys. So that's good. Oh, they can tolerate a lot. Alright, North America, South Central America, tropical, temperate, desert, grassland. They are not the biggest fans of taiga, which is unfortunate, but what are these? Europe, Asia, Africa, temperate. Okay. Okay. They are content with no plants, so I'm going to be... This is alright for now. Oh, wait. This is not alright. This is not alright. We have no education. 9-banded armadillo on that screen. 9-banded armadillo on that screen. 9-banded armadillo on this speaker. And expand this just far enough that it's not touching the pangolin wall. And 9-banded armadillo on here. Like that. Okay, now we are educating the people who will hopefully be coming to see my armadillos soon. Oh, straight into the viewing dome. Oh, they're pointing. They can see them. Yes, I could have done more for the burrow entrance, but I'm not going to, and I'm not sorry. Look how close this thing is getting to the dome, though. That's really good. Okay, now that I'm done gloating... This one is pointing in a weird direction. I think I'm going to have to adjust this one. No. Wow, those people are in a big hurry. Gotta be careful not to be projecting these rocks into the enclosure because it's gonna end up looking weird. That barely moved. I'm disappointed. I may have gotten as far as I can with this particular rock. I may need a different rock. Different rock, different rock. Okay, now over here is where the really big rocks can come back into play. So like number 2 here, which is one of my favorite rocks. Very large, but useful in a variety of situations. Only problem with number 2 is that it's very flat on top. But that is actually a problem with a lot of the rocks. Thankfully, I have a lot of practice with placing rocks. I need a smaller rock. main advantage of rock number 1 is just how large it is. Of course, adjustments do have to be gone along and made, but you want to build a wall, you use number 1. Come on. Come on, number 2. You haven't failed me before. Don't fail me now. Okay, then we take these. And it doesn't matter if the armadillos feel these because they're the appropriate don't actually want them sticking up inside though, so this is going to be interesting. And then basically we use the trees to hide at least some of the artificialness of the wall. I actually rather like that corner, so I can't do that there. Yes, I know you're touching the train track. Thank you. This is going to need to be a different solution. But I'm going to leave the tree in there just because the leaves are correct. Like trying to use the tree through the area. Okay. Hello, Sarah. Oh, wait, the black poplar tree is not correct. Oh dear. Okay, we're gonna have to use something else. How many of those touched? Okay, just the one. Alright, we're still okay. North America, South and Central America, tropical, temperate, desert, grassland. Remove the taiga. I could use the arrowroot, I suppose. It is a little less malleable, but I thought for sure that the poplar would be fine, but oh well. You win some, you lose some. Okay, okay. Okay, this one is a little more. There we go. As if I come in and paint in a bit of dirt here so that they're not sitting on grass, it will look even better. So I will get to that. But yeah, I think making like a rock wall that goes to here-ish is probably going to be my best bet. But yeah, for around our lovely little armadillos, I think that is going to do nicely. Now, we need to get some greenery in here because, yeah, having this be barren with the others that are around it doesn't work for me. So, I need a couple of trees. Oh, that's too much tree. They don't need to be like major, massive trees because the armadillos are so small. but they do have to be trees that kind of like go with the ones that are already around, with the volume and height wise. So what about a nice tamarind tree? These guys have so much extra space. I don't have to worry about it. Although, she is taking quite a long time to calculate what I just did. We'll worry about that in a bit. I think 1 or 2 more trees. Like, I would like to put one in this corner, just to disguise what the heck is going on over there. That's tempting. Is it too much tree? Not by the stuff that's around it. Just kind of disguises what's going on. We got anything else? If the Wimbas were smaller, but they're not. It's a good time when I figure out a place where I can use a Wimba. The weeping willows are definitely too big. Like, I want a smaller-ish tree just to put over here to balance stuff out. Water chipello. Oh, you know what? If I sink this, it should probably be perfect. Okay. Turn off climbing. Turn off climbing. Turn off climbing. Placement is a little weird with the way that I laid out the Need a little more adjustment here. Hello, Arlo. Please help me. You still got so much extra space. Don't overdo the grass. There's still almost too much rock. Okay, we can touch more sand because we've got more than enough soil. Okay, now the trees are kind of in green patches, which feels a little better. we are not too upset. Excellent. We are definitely not sitting at too many plants, which is also perfect. I could put some ground cover plants in here, but yeah, I think this is actually good. And the forage box is being used the way that it's supposed to be. Life is good. Okay, and I'm just gonna grab some soil here. And just degreen the ground a little. There. Much better. There we go. That's a little better. Now all the greenery isn't all around the bottom, it's also coming down from the top. Oh, speaking of greenery, just pop that in there so that I can't see grass anymore. Excellent. And now I need something in here to disguise what the land is doing. Like, I like having the maple tree here. That is one of my better decisions. There should be another tree here, but we'll deal with that once I figure out. I need some sort of ground cover that's going to hide this weird ripple. That is what I need. So, let's take away the restrictions. I need a bush or a small tree. Something that's very fluffy, with a lot of floof. A very floofy plant. That will cover up this weird ripple. Not the bearberry. That's not quite the right thing. We could do the thing, but yeah, definitely not with the poplar. Poplar. Ha! I think this might be too much tree. I do need to increase the amount of evergreens that I'm using in various areas of the zoo. You know what? Let's go with this one. Could use bramble. Bramble is very fluffy, but it's also very dome, so it's difficult to use to like cover large amounts of area. The buffalo grass cannot save me here. When did I get Chinese lanterns? That must have been in a new pack. I love that I have them now. I can't use them here at all, but Chinese lanterns are a really pretty plant. There's the pig face. No, the pig face is not fluffy enough. I could do horrifying things. No. No. Common saltwort, maybe? I mean, the light green will look very good against this trunk. And it kind of disguises the ridge. Let's do it. Gotta be careful not to come up through the path too much here. I can come through and do fill with a smaller one. So and we can get sort of a mounded effect. With the ones in the middle being taller. And the ones around the edge being shorter. And that way we completely disguise the weird thing that the land is doing. Like so. Just push this back into so that there's some of the lower stuff mixed in. Like so. And you know, I think this needs just a little bit more, and I have an idea. If I can just find the flowers I'm thinking of. Wait, there they are. Just use a little bit of the alpine sea holly here and there. I mean, continuing with plants that absolutely do not belong growing together, but you can't deny that that doesn't look half bad. That actually looks pretty nice. Although, could I have this holly, please? Yes, thank you. It needs to come, like, over here just a little. Yeah, that's much better. Ta-da! And the thing is, with plants laid out this densely, people think it's really pretty around here now. Okay. This section also needs something, but I think I need to emphasize the embankment before I do anything with that part. Like, basically, I'm building a rock wall along here. And I'm gonna need more bushes to disguise the edge of said rock wall. But alright, where am I number? There's my number one. Just continue along back here. See, the main thing here is that I did extend this further than I needed to, but I want to make it look like it's kinda... Let's just... Basically, tree, oh tree. I love these sycamore maples, but yeah, this is a lot of tree. This is a lot of tree fluff in my way. I can't see a thing. Okay, it's okay if these ones extend into that corner because that corner is awful anyway, so... Use the rock to fill in the hole. Just gonna make this corner look a little bit less weird by doing that. Okay. This is good. This is good. But rocks. biome, taiga. Bringing in number 2 here to smooth out the edges. Well, I hecked that up. Where is it? There it is. Getting better, getting better. Also use it to that. I mean, I'm not going to be looking at this edge very often, but I'd like to, you know, get it right, just because I'll know. I'll know it's right. So just, you know, come along, smooth things out. Make it so that there's like fewer weird divots. Did my jaguar just belch at me? Is that a thing that I just perceived? Oh, and there's a hole on the other side. Okay. Just enough to not poke through the path, right? There. Whoop. I do need to extend the illusion, but there. Thanks, train. You made that so easy. You did not make that easy. Okay, now it looks like the rock extends under the staff path. And it's not really visible inside the jaguars, so I feel like that's good. And then now the reason that I use trees for this is because they actually give more of a bonus. I just can't use this in this rotation. It's just sticking out into the tracks too much. Let's just put it there. But yeah, I get more of a decor bonus from trees than from anything else. Even flowers. So for the people passing by on the train to think that this area is super pretty, we just line their ride with trees. And some arrowroot, I think. That's a 4 meter, yeah. Duplicate, bring up here. Make sure it's flat. Put in the trees, then fill in under the trees with arrowroot. And magically, everything looks real nice. The best part about this method is that it doesn't actually need flowers. In fact, flowers detract from this. And it's just sometimes the flowers can just be too much. And come along here. And then we merge these arrowroots and ta-da! Now, I do need a tree to put right here. I can continue to use the arrowroot, but I need a tree to put here and a tree to put here. It can't be one of these. More's the pity. Let's see. Oh, we can turn off the taiga now. I'm not going to be messing around with the rocks for another little bit. Let's see. Bald cypress is too much. I already know without even checking. Bamboo is not going to look right here. You know, I feel like I should be putting in an evergreen. This might be a good place for a Korean pine. Oops. Yeah, you know what? Let's just pull that upright. Yeah. Because I do really need to try and use more evergreens. I've got a lot of deciduous trees going on, but I've lined the outside of the zoo. Like, the stamp that I'm using for the outside of the zoo is mostly evergreens. So I really need more evergreens in the zoo. Okay, I still need a tree for right here. Not one of the Korean pine trees. That's really good right there, but I need something else. Something that's not too over the top. The corkwood might be a little small for my purposes here, though. Cork oak, though. I do love these. I love the twisty trunks. Okay, that becomes a question of, do the armadillos perceive it, and does it make them unhappy? So let's double check. They do not perceive it. Perfect. I was worried because we do have some overhang going on here, but apparently it's not enough for them to care. The arrowroot is not gonna work here, but I can make it work here. Just really need to make this edge of rock look better, basically. Rotate. Oh. I think one of the foxes is out again. That'll do nicely. Not sure what I'm going to be doing here that isn't the arrowroot, especially since it's going to be touching the armadillos. But I'll figure that out once I... Are you inside or outside? You appear to be inside. Yeah, you're fully inside. Alright. Whoops! I'm at the badgers. I shouldn't be at the badgers. Okay, hello, Arlo. We're gonna limit ourselves to what you can tolerate and figure out what to put in this space. It can't be arrowroot. It looks really wrong with the cork oak. It is the wrong shade of green, so we need something else. Preferably something that looks good on grass, because I don't want to repaint this close to the habitat. Still the wrong shade of green. As I think I need something lighter for the cork oak. Something closer to its own leaves, I think. That's tempting, but no. No, I don't think so. Although I could use the buffalo grass and then put something that's like one of the flowering things in it. B-U-F. I don't want the parched, I only want the dry. Isn't there a small dry? There it is. The parched is the wrong shade to be going on the short grass, but the dry is just about right. This is yet another thing that you don't really need 100% coverage with. In fact, it looks better if it's patchy. You do need to give it a decent amount of coverage though, but it's not something that you have to go overboard with. Like that should be fine. But now I need like some sort of low-lying flower. Something with just a bit of color. Not that color though. Not low-lying enough. Like, we could go really crazy here. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Subtle, but because it's actually very large, it gives a better decor bonus, even though it's so sunken into the ground. And even if the armadillos perceive it, they'll be fine with it. This is all stuff that they're fine with. Right, kids? Kids? Hello? There you are. Arlo. Tell me how much of what I just put in you perceive. None of it? Huh. Okay then. I could have sworn that the ironwood was close enough. Oh well, I'm certainly not complaining, and neither are you. Although you do seem a little... Are you stuck? Oh no, you're just super comfy. Okay. People are coming to see him. It's great. Let's check what the thoughts are. It's what I like to see. A happy, healthy 9-banded armadillo. You can get a good view of the 9-banded armadillo. I wish I could have stayed longer. That's not my fault or my problem. Okay, I'm gonna stick that there. And then I'm gonna make it upright. Like that. Yeah, that feels a bit better. Oh, there's so much tree, it's hard to look at things now. Okay. We are doing really well. Where'd my pencil go? There it is. Okay. I can check off the armadillo. There's still the other two that are up above. Let's see. Western Railway Fence has been done, but the Western Edge Fest has not. Okay. And benches by Timberwolves, which is something for far future Foxwine to be remembering. And oh, they love the dome. Oh, they love the dome so much. Okay. I can totally understand why. Okay. Progress. And this edge along here for the train has been addressed. I do need to do a bridge thing. gonna be so annoying too. But yeah, I need to build this enclosure before I can do a bridge, simply because I'm pretty sure that the habitat entrance for this enclosure is going to be coming off of this path here. So yeah, things are going to change. So gonna have to consider that later. I should put it on the list though. Do I have it on the list? Let's see. Forest on west edge, decor around hyenas. No, I don't have it. Okay. Employee bridge in northwest, which is the sector that we are in. So there's still 2 more enclosures to go in here. This one is going to be fairly easy. Mainly because I can just extend the land to be the appropriate size. This one is going to be much more difficult. I'm not 100% sure how to do that one. And I still have some time left in the stream, but not enough to actually get started on another enclosure. So perhaps I will finish putting stuff in. I still have 2 sections that need to be filled in around the hyenas. I'm gonna keep this Korean pine tree, but I think I might bring it this way. Like, bring this more here. Oh, I didn't put in donation bins. There are no donation bins for my 9-banded armadillos. Pop that in there. I put in garbage can, but I didn't put in a donation bin. And I mean, I am playing in sandbox, so I don't need the money, but it's a thing that I do anyway, despite not needing the money. And people are using this path that I put in, and hopefully they think it's pretty. It's actually a pretty barren path, but tour group has been waiting for an educator. No, they haven't been waiting for an educator. They've been waiting for the last person. See, the educator's right there. This is not an educator problem. Someone hasn't arrived. Oh, this lady is so thrilled by the Snake Garden sign. This is mainly because I'm using the signs to advertise, so... Is she actually part of the tour group, but she got distracted? No, that's not the problem. It's probably somebody stuck on the train again. At least it's not an escaped animal. Back to the hyenas. We'll go through the porcupines to get there because it's been a while since I said hi to the girls. Hello, girls. How's life? Treating you good? Are people loving you? Oh yes, people are absolutely loving you. Excellent. Past the unfinished river, over the bears. Hello, bears. Hello. Past the arachnids and the kiwi. Over the badgers who are actually outside their burrow. It's a miracle. And we have returned to the hyenas, who need another tree. Right here. Let's see here. We can turn off these tags. And, tree. Oh, and I should add embankment wall in northwest, because I doubt I'm going to be finishing that tonight, so it's good to have ambition, you see. You know, it would be really nice. Not the weeping willows. Yeah, it is unlikely that I'm going to get a Wimba tree to actually fit. They're so tall and large, but you know, that is a nice spot for it, and I know that that enclosure over there is not going to be extending down here. Can I get away with it? Is it too big? Do I even care? What are the tags on these anyway? Tropical. Tropical North America, South and Central America. Huh. I might not be able to keep it there because of what I'm planning on putting here, but you know, if I don't extend that far, I'd really like to be able to use the Wimba. It's so hard to use them because they're so big, but they're glorious because they're so big. Not the weeping willows. I like to keep those around my water, and there's not a lot of water here. Not topiary. Not the tamarins. Not the sycamore maple. I've used those a lot in this area, and I would like to use something else. We don't want things looking too homogeneous. South American treehouse. Ah. Cute, but not useful to me at all. Not a palm tree. Silky oak? I can't remember the last time I used a silky oak. It's a little tall. Do I have a shorter one? That one's taller. I remember why I don't use silky oaks very often. Oh boy. I'm gonna plonk that over here for future consideration. Also, is Wimba climbable? Oh, it's not. Excellent. Okay, thank you. Scots pine. No. Sausage tree? Might be fun. I'm not sure if the biggest one is the right one, though. The spot's a little narrow, and it's a lot of tree. What's the next smaller one? You know what? Let's take this. We'll make it a little shorter. Like that. And something real skinny. Like, where am I alphabet-wise? S? If I make it to the Q's, we have the quivering aspens, and they are very skinny. O P P. I've gone too far. There we are, quaking aspen. That one's a little tall. That one's a lot tall. That one is almost just right. But it's just this nice, skinny little tree. Perfect for a skinny little spot. Excellent. I wonder. I could put another one in between the Korean pine and the sausage tree. No. But this is also a really skinny little space. I think I might be onto something here. Trying desperately to compete with the Wimba. Yeah. Okay. Quaking aspens to the rescue. if I do like that, it's still a little weird. What if I used 2 sausage trees? Nature, SAU. I don't really like how it's fighting with the Korean pine there. Whoop. Oh, come on, camera. Come on. I like how that looks. I like how that looks. One tree, 2 trunks. I like it. Okay. Think that's enough tree. I need some ground now. Whoops! And it's gonna be an interesting trick finding a ground cover that goes with all of these variable trees. The African daisies are definitely too bright. You can cover an entire large area with these, but man, it is eye-searing when you do. They're good for like little patches, like small. Do I have any place that I could like this little triangle here. Like, yes, I already covered it with something else, but I could have done it in the African daisies, and like that little triangle would look fine with solid daisies. But when you start doing large areas, it's just they're so dramatic that it gets to be too much. It'd be nice to have something flowering, but I don't know that I have anything that bramble. I still don't like how bramble is kind of dome. Like, this is the flattest one and it's still a circle. You can't get good coverage with it. We could go with the moss thing. Like, the moss looks good with the Korean pine. It's high contrast with the sausage trees, but I can make it work. It's not as friendly with the aspen, but yeah, you know what? Let's do the moss thing. It's been quite a while since I have. So the thing about here is that when you don't have to worry about biomes, the Campion moss and the carpet moss are pretty much the same color. So you don't have to do like solid flowers. You can do bits of flowers. the main thing is like Asia, North America, Taiga Tundra, Europe, North America. So you can like get away with doing it for North America, but you can't get away with doing it for Asia if you want to combine the mosses, unfortunately. But generally speaking, what I do is come through with the carpet moss and try to get some really good coverage with the carpet moss. Starting with the biggest pieces in order to get the greatest possible coverage. This is also a really good way to even out ground. Although always start on the high side. Which I apparently have not done. So we're gonna have a fun time with this. But yeah, when you're using the largest pieces, you don't have to worry about like perfectly meeting the edges or the corners. You can come through and fill in the edges with the smaller pieces. Just try and cover as much ground as you can. Trying to figure out how my mound works here. Okay, now it's time to switch to a smaller piece. Maybe not that small. Let's try the 2 meters. And use it to smooth out the edges. Varying definitions of smooth may apply. It must be mentioned that using this method for covering a lot of ground in a habitat only really works for animals that have very high plant tolerances, or for ones that in sandbox have had their tolerances turned off. But if their tolerances have been turned off, you don't even have to worry about, you know, what biome you're using. But yeah, when you're working with a curbless path the way that I do, you don't have to worry about like lapping over the edges. If you are working with a curb, whether you have made said curve or... Oh, this is tilted. If you do have a curb on your path, you have to be a little more careful. But when you don't have one, it's okay if people step on the moss just a little, if they get to the edge of the path, which they don't often do. Especially when you've got 8-meter wide paths the way that I do. Just adjust that so it doesn't look quite so artificial. Oh, it's just weird light reflections. Oh, from the lamps. The edges are really where you have to watch yourself, because you can end up looking like really artificial if you're not careful. Just keep adjusting it until you don't have any of those weird little corner bits. Yeah, like that. Whoops. Basically, you want edges that look nice and smooth, rather than having any like sharp bits like that, or like what's happening over here. Moss does not normally grow with sharp corners in it. It's not natural. So you just want the edges to be nice and smooth. This little bit with the lump on the end is kind of tripping me up every single time. Maybe if I use this one. This one does still have an odd ripple in it. Is with the weird ass straight edges on these. Like, I know it's because it's sunken, but that is ridiculous. I mean, I'm just gonna live with it because I don't have much choice, but this is a lot easier to do on a flat surface, which this definitely is not. But yeah, the general idea is that you come through, you get full coverage with the carpet moss. And it does take a little while. But eventually you have full coverage. Which also does a nice job of disguising the stark edges of your path. And then you come through with the campion moss. And you just sink that down. And you really don't want to go for full coverage with this. You just want to... There are natural low points in the carpet moss where the campion flowers will show through. And sections like this I will deal with in other ways soon, but basically what you want to do is just go through, find various of those low places, and just spread out some flowers through them. Now this does work a lot better on a flat surface than on one that is hilly or hummocky. a flat surface, I wouldn't have to keep adjusting the height of the flowers. But because the mosses match in color, you can get away with this, and thus you can enjoy the beauty of the campion flowers. But without having it have to be, 100% coverage with them, which I find is a bit much. Okay. I am having some issues because the carpet moss wasn't flat, but now I've made the campion flat, so let's see. Here. Okay, so I'm going to go to a smaller one, actually small irregular one. And use it to connect the really isolated pieces with other really isolated pieces. No patch should be wholly alone. They should, like, vaguely touch here and there. Or at least they should point to each other. And I didn't put any in through here at all. Oh dear. Oh, no, 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 no. Whoop. Not the part I wanted to grab, but you can totally get away with this. Just because the mosses are the same color, it's really easy to just get away with it. That one was giving me a lot of L-shaped pieces. Maybe this one will give me slightly fewer L's. I mean, personally, it doesn't really feel right to see it, the moss just solidly blooming, the way that the campion is. There's something that just doesn't feel right. Which is kind of why I came up with this technique of just having a few flowers. More like that. Yeah. And you get something that's fairly pretty to yourself and quite extremely pretty to the guests. As they perceive this as being really good looking simply because of how much plant life I have layered in here. and it gives a much softer edge to the path. So yeah. Admittedly, I don't usually use this technique for such a large area. I use it for smaller ones. Like, whee, if I come over here, over by the bears, I actually use that technique through here of the rocks and the moss and the flowers. And I mean, if you have the time and you take the time, this sort of thing looks amazing. I don't always take the time to do the rocks part, and I'm not going to go through and do the rocks thing over on that other area. There's enough rock work that is going into this zone that I don't feel like I need to stud rocks through here as well, as I have this whole wall here to finish. Except that I can't finish it because I don't actually know what I'm doing past this bridge. But I can at least take it through this area and take out this ugliness. But yes, this has been some excellent progress today, I would say. Got this whole edge of the food court dealt with, and this area is going to have to wait. I can take the embankment up to the bridge, like to about here, but I can't really go further than that until I know what I'm doing with this whole area here. And especially this is a problem. Yeah, the train still runs, but this looks bad. So stuff will have to be figured out. I have no intention of extending the zoo further west. This is the furthest western point here, or possibly that's over here, but the train track is going to be the western edge of the zoo here, but this has to be built before I really know exactly. See, I have plans. There are some very particular animals that are going to be going into an actual building that I'm going to build here. But I have to build the building and then work the train tracks around the building. And not the other way around. So that's going to be interesting. But I need to build this enclosure before I can build this building, because I don't know how much space I have for this building until this is in. So it's all about order of operations, as always. But I'm still not going to pay attention to that problem until I finish filling in this western portion. I still have these two enclosures to put in, and all the fill around them, including the fence that's going to be going along here. I'll put in another rock embankment, and then the forest that you see along this far edge is going to come in here to fill, as this is the western edge of the zoo. And I'll figure out the train thing later, but the train is going to be the western edge of the zoo here. train is actually shorter than it's going to be, but with it only has 2 stations, this loop is out of control. There is a station that's going to be going in somewhere around this area, I think, but I have a lot more stuff to build before I actually know where that station is. And I actually need to put in the station that goes by the lake first, which means I need the lake. So... But yeah, in order to have the lake, I need to have this enclosure. In order to have this enclosure, I also have to have this enclosure and some staff buildings. And then I know where the lake is. It's all about order. It's all about the order you do anything in. But first, before I get to any of that, it is these 2 enclosures here, because I don't really want to leave this part of the zoo this unfinished. This enclosure is going to be the more difficult one, so I'm probably going to do it next, just to have it out of the way. And it's like, I can bring it up against this bridge to an extent. I don't mind if people look into this particular enclosure from the fence. Oh, whoops. Can't go too low here because it starts impinging on the train. So I do need to extend this way. But I also need to figure out what I'm doing about this, because yeah, I think it's gonna be more terraforming next week as I try to figure out how to fit this in. And what animal am I putting in there? Oh, I see, I see. Okay. So yeah, I want to shove this embankment towards the train, but I also want to lower this embankment so that I can extend this away. But without really compromising the way that I have the staff buildings built. And of course I'm going to need to have a path to get in there, which is probably going to come down from here and then in. But yeah, this is complicated. This is a very complicated terraforming build that I have created for myself. And I actually kind of want this one to rise in the back, like this would be the main viewing, and I would want it to rise the ground. I may have to do that with rocks. I'm probably going to have to do that with rocks because I'm not going to be able to terraform that in, not with the train track in the way. So... But what I would really like to have is a slope that goes upwards here. Possibly if I use a wedge, I can get something started and I can finish it with rocks. I will figure it out. But yeah, shove this towards the train tracks, but also, possibly just smooth it out entirely. Because I need some of this area for this, because I'm going to have to make it more of an oblong. Because of the train tracks being as close as they are. This is going to be complicated. Well, it's a problem for future Foxwine. Current Foxwine knows exactly what I'm putting in here, but current Foxwine has not figured out how to deal with any of this. So I'm going to leave that up to future Foxwine. She's good at figuring this stuff out. This one's going to be a lot easier because mostly I just have to... Like, I have a lot of space between the path and the train here, so I just have to shove this cliff over, basically. And mow all this grass to make building easier. It's very difficult to build on the long grass, but, you know, that one's going to be a lot easier than this one, so I'd rather do the hard one first and then have the easy one to look forward to. Is the way that I look at it. And oh goodness, there's been a whole nother train. So this enclosure and all the terraforming that goes along with it is going to be the next thing that I work on. And that will be next week because it is 1:45 in the morning for me, so it's definitely time for me to call it a night here. I am feeling very pleased about getting the armadillos in and for it working for the most part, despite it being sloped somehow. I still don't know how that happened. I'm very confused because I started it off a grid piece, and those things are supposed to be like perfectly flat. So why did nothing that I attached to it end up being perfectly flat? That's very, very weird. I don't understand. But yeah, things will be figured out at some point. So I'm going to start with this enclosure here next. I'm going to set myself up with a save that has a beautiful view. You can barely see the castle past the trees. That's actually a good thing. I like that. I hate barren zoos. I hate zoos where the tallest things are all the buildings. I want trees. I want a lot of plants in my zoo. I hate zoos that are just grass. Like all this grass, this is an affront to me, which I will fix. But for now, I want to get... I can't really fix the affront of the grass until I get these enclosures built. So that is going to be the next thing on the list. So I think this view is beautiful. So I'm going to pause here. And this enclosure right in front of me is where I'm going to start again next week. But first, let's save... There we go. And that means that this is where I will pick up again next week, building the enclosure for another predator is going in this box. But I won't reveal which one just yet. So this is where I shall call it a night. And, you know, all that glorious stuff. But the good news is, if you really want to see what me building a zoo is like over hours and hours of time, well, good news, my previous streams are all archived on my YouTube channel, which I have just linked to in the chat. There is a playlist there specifically for Planet Zoo, so you can look up the entire progress of the Nocturne Zoo from the day that I started it at the beginning of October of last year, when it didn't have a name yet, the poor thing. Right up until last week, where I built 2 enclosures in one stream. So, you know, I did good. But, you know, as it goes, that there's also playlists there for anything that I have streamed twice or more on my channel, so you can keep yourself busy for many hours upon hours upon hours until the next time that I stream, which is going to be Wednesday night, starting at approximately 7:15. When we get enough people together to get a game going, I will be playing either Among Us or 100% Orange Juice or Scribble It with my friends, depending on how many people show up for the gaming. We play Among Us when we have the largest possible number of people, And we play 100% orange juice when we have the smallest number of people, because it is a board game that is 4 players or less, which is basically a much more chaotic version of Mario Party with extreme anime, because each of the characters has their own power, and those powers do not all relate to dice and dice rolling. No, there's all sorts of different things. It is chaotic mess that we have a lot of fun with. But you know, if we have too many people for 100% orange juice, but not quite enough for Among Us... Oh, goodness, where did that come from? I suddenly had a hiccup in the middle of my word. If we have the between amount of people is when we play Scribble It, which is a Pictionary game where one person draws, everyone else tries desperately to remember how to spell what they think that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. And I'm afraid that at about 10-ish or so, when my friends abandon me, the stream will also be ending. I'm not going to be playing Valheim until this heat wave that I am in ends, because I just cannot play action games in this weather. They get my heart rate up, and I would get way overheated. It would be a very, very bad thing. So Valheim is on hold until the heat wave ends. Hopefully it will only be this week. We'll see. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Dungeon Crawler for Try Not to Die Thursday. There seems to be a curse on 100% not 100% oxygen. There seems to be a curse on Oxygen Not Included that prevents me from playing it, either by it updating the day that I'm supposed to stream it, or by me getting a migraine. So in order to let the curse just die from not being activated, I'm going to be playing a different game, which is Dungeon Crawler, which has added to several more characters since the last time that I streamed it. So I'm going to be going through and attempting to complete the dungeon and or unlock all the new characters so I can complete the dungeon with each of them as it goes. So there will be a lot of claw machine madness coming up on Thursday, which should be a lot of fun for everyone, myself included. Then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm going to figure out what order I'm doing anything in. I believe I am actually going to the lower city to start with. I'm set up to do that, but I think I might double back and talk to Raphael before I really do a lot in the lower city. The Steel Watch is an issue, and it's possible that whatever Raphael does for me is going to fix my problems, but we shall see. Hopefully it will help. Hopefully it won't hurt. It might hurt. It might hurt a lot. It's Raphael, after all. So, yeah. That's the plan for Baldur's Gate. And we'll see how much I get distracted by before I continue on with the main plot. There's so many plots. Then all of them are... Well, are the character plots main plots? Or is it just the thing with the thing in the head that is the main plot? I don't know. I don't actually care. I'm just trying to get as much done as I can. And we'll see how that goes. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, where more animals are going in. I've had a really good track record of getting animals in so far, which is good, because as soon as I finish with the western area, I have to build before I can put animals in. Like, I have to complete the enclosures in order to know where I'm putting the staff buildings for those enclosures, and it gets complicated. So, enjoy the rate of animals going into the zoo now, I say. So next week it will be building the enclosure that I have ended the stream looking at here, and possibly turning my attention to the other enclosure that needs to be finished over here in the west. But we shall see. There is a lot of fill that needs to go in around everything here, so I'll work it out. So that is the upcoming schedule for my week, all the games I plan to be playing and everything I plan to do in those games besides have fun. And you know what? I have had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!